Alright, hello, greetings and welcome in everyone. Hi. My name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in. Hi. Okay, good news is we're in a better headspace than yesterday. Good news is that we're in a better headspace from yesterday. Better news is that I've managed to get another thing off of the queue, so the headspace is generally in a better space, considering that everything feels a bit more stable. And, yeah, I don't think there's any bad news today. Yay! No bad news today. Woohoo! That's nice. That's a nice change of pace. Hi! Today is day number 37 of Donothon. Day number 37 on the Donothon, raising funds for a replacement graphics tablet so that I can continue creating things for you guys. Cool stuff. As part of my day job. We are getting places slowly but certainly. I think I just need to refresh that source because it decided to get its head kicked a little bit. There we go. It's back. Yay. Okay. So today we are working on Cheeky Wolf's VTuber rig a little bit. We started last time with meshing out a couple of pieces. We did a little bit of work on the blink on that as well. So we're going to continue meshing things out, and if we get through everything that we need to get through, we might actually also be able to start working on the actual head turns today. So that will be cool if we can get there. But we're going to take this systematically and go through everything, start with meshing everything out as needed, and then, yeah, that's roughly the plan. Very rough plan. But hopefully it all works out. Hopefully it all works out. So, I hope that everyone has had a good Tuesday. Just a reminder that tomorrow is our combat style analysis event. So if you want to participate, make sure to head over to my X or Blue Sky and X Twitter or Blue Sky and go and drop your design in the appropriate post. You'll see it is in the comments of my pinned post on both platforms. So you can drop your stuff there, and I shall include it in the list for analysis tomorrow. Tomorrow, same time, same place. It's gonna be fun. And we'll see how things pan out. Yeah, we'll see how things pan out. Also, we are only £30 away from reaching the next milestone on the Donothon goal, which is unlocking the unarchived karaoke, which is going to be a first for me, and it's going to be fun. I have almost learned everything that I was not 100% familiar with enough to feel confident to include it. There's just one or two things that I still need to see if I can hunt something down, because if I can figure that out, it'll be cool. So it is pretty much ready to fly as soon as we hit that goal. So we'll keep an eye open for that in the upcoming little bit. And yeah, that's where we're at. So yeah, I hope everyone has had a good Tuesday. We should probably dive into the thing, huh? Because time is not going to wait for us. So, I'm gonna go into this position today. Yeah, I'm gonna park over here. This is a good spot to park. Alright. Now, which object were we last working with? We were here, this one is done, this one needs work. So let us come over here and get going. clear those. What I'm going to do is I'm going to start over here. And I need to quickly switch this to 3 in 10. Well, of course it would. Okay, now we make adjustments. Something along those lines. We start up here. Let me go model image, just that I can't get confuzzled. There we go. Nice, nice, nice. Citrina, hello, hello! Harrier is muchly focused, as I am, but I wanted to say hi before I dove back in. Thank you for dropping by, Citrina. Yes, we are in a good space today for productivity, and I hope that we will be collectively productive today. Good luck with your things and stuff. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us. We are in the process of placing meshes on this side, and it is a little bit in a sensitive space at the moment, because if I click wrong here and set this line down prematurely, then I'm gonna have to move a whole bunch of little dots manually, which will be a pain. But we're almost at the end of this line. That is in need of careful manipulation. Getting there, slowly but certainly. I hope you're doing well. I'm wishing you all the luck. I'm working on homework today. Oh, good luck. I'm going good, just hanging. A. That doesn't sound all shabby. That. Okay, now let us get this edge to basically trace this highlight line. Because otherwise it might bend funnily in ways we don't want it to, and that would be awful. There we go, there we go. Okay, this one is gonna cut through till about here. Meshing properly takes time, but it's so worthwhile in the end. Go. That's the thing with VTuber models in general, making the things. If you're doing them in 2D, you're moving around little white dots. If you're doing them in 3D, you're moving around little orange dots. Your life, when it comes to making VTuber models, is literally a little bit of aesthetics and then a lot of just moving around little dots. It's kind of a little hilarious. We become the dot masters. Is all the dots. Thank you for mastering the dots. VTubers couldn't VTube without you. May the dots be forever in our favor, I suppose. Feel like we're mixing quotes here. Apollyon, hello, hello, welcome in and thank you for the raid. Greetings everyone, greetings, greetings. Hello, my name is Harrier Citadel, avian alien sentinel of Fort Misthaven, perpetrator of creative chaos and general maker of things. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. How goes? Hello. How is stream? We are currently working on meshing out art pieces for Cheeky Wolf for the VTuber model in production on that front. So yes, Riverwise, it has been a while since I've been here, and it is a wonderful pleasure to have you back. Stream was good? Hey, fantastic. What were you guys up to? We were playing more Hollow Knight. Ooh, fun! It played out better this time. Nice. Congrats. Ooh, I actually can't see through the glare right now on my screen. Very frustrating, but it's okay. It's okay. Ah. I'm glad if you guys have achieved a form of victory. Anyway, I must raid and run because work, so good luck with art, Harrier, and I shall see you around. Alright, good luck with work, have fun, hydrate before you go, and I thank you once again for the raid, greatly, greatly appreciated. Good luck with your things. Oh. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to do one there as well. That's going to be a bit too tight in that corner. I will have to lift because I'm drawing as well. Hey, fantastic! Shared productivity! We're all for it. We're all for it. Heck, best of luck with your drawings. We are almost there. We've almost got this mesh closed. Then it's just refinement and interior lines. Right, then here, just need this edge. Okay. That'll do. Slowly but certainly we're getting there. Just getting this highlight edge protected by putting it on a border. And that is a hydrate, which I finally fixed, yay! So everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage and let us take a sip. Yeah. Whew. What's everyone drinking? I'm on water for now. I could do something absolutely devastating to a cup of hot chocolate, but I am not gonna place my bets on remembering to stand up to go and make one. Okay. On this side. Just a little more because wow, that got wobbly. That got so very, very wobbly. Okay, that's a little better. Something like that. Enough of the game because, wow, that also went very wobbly. Okay, then here. This edge needs protection. Does this. Mm. Okay, we've almost got this. Next, this edge needs protecting. So good. Good. Okay. The color changes on top of the shading in this piece definitely are an interesting thing to navigate. Okay, yeah, we have this in place. Next is this color change. Okay, so many boundaries that we need to protect. But it's fine, we're gonna get there, we're gonna get there. Almost there, we're almost through this piece. There we go, there we go, there we go. Oof. Hand is cold. I'm aware of my fingers and I'm not sure how I feel about that. Do you guys ever have that moment where you just suddenly become aware of, I'm uncomfortable now? When the temperature decides that it's like, just not in alignment with what your internal systems would say is pleasant for that particular moment. I am probably going to need to revise that line quite significantly, but it's fine. Just need to wait for the machine to catch up with me now. Almost there? Almost there. There we go. Now it's caught up. Now on this side. Come on, catch up so that I can go around the corner. Okay, that works. Are there any other borders that are absolutely critical? This one. This one is still needing protection. Okay. Almost got it, almost got it, almost got it, almost. Okay, that's just a little wobble that I now see. I also got it correct. Okay. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Let me just hit the save button. You know, just in case. Before the final stretch of the meshing process. On this particular piece. Yeah, we got it. This side. While that catches up. Please and thank you. And just place these ones a little better. Those are still on the automatic positions from that line on the edge. Okay. Something like that. Okay, almost there. Okay, put over here. Let's see, how's that gonna behave? I think I need to move this switch that way. Now let's see if it catches up with me. It ought to. Please. I hope. Don't crash. I beg. Okay, caught up. Yo! And I think we've now got all of the borders protected, so we hit the save button. And then what we do is we grab all of those, copy, come back here, paste, okay. Alright, then this is the last one of the hair back layers. Is this one? Okay. Like that. Yes. Okay, that works. As far as the line arts go. It's a subtle thing, but it's worth its weight. None the last of the hair back pieces for meshing. And that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage. And let's take a sip. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, here we go. Okay, I'm gonna call that line there. And let's do our corrections. There we go. Slowly but certainly making way, making way. One little dot at a time. All right. Wait. Okay, in here, let's start with this line. Bridge that. Over here, this needs bridging as well. Take this line. Nearly there, nearly there, nearly. Now over here, this along this line. Wait. Okay, sorry, I just need to get some blood back into this hand because it is fifth from repetitive grip on the mouse. Just all of those clicks. My fingers are so cold. No, fingers are so cold. Stretch! Thank you, River! Greatly appreciated, and thank you for the hit pats too. Yes! Shake out the hands. And a hydrate. I think that is, in fact, we are pretty much at the halfway mark between two hydrates, so two auto hydrates. So, hey, let's take courtesy of otherwise and another hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and let's take a sip. If I had enough, I'd redeem a save soon. Thank you for the save reminder. Either which way, we are at a good point where we can hit the save button. Now, we've just got to protect the borders of these little highlights, and then this one is also good to go. I'm gonna go back to lurking. Thank you for the lurks. For anyone who is lurking as well, thank you so much for being here. I do appreciate you guys, and I do really strongly appreciate your being here. Just FYI, I am trying to work towards achieving monetization status on YouTube as well, and the public watch hours there are a really big help. So if you're going to be lurking, I would strongly recommend that you lurk over on YouTube, because Twitch is not necessarily counting your presence here, sadly, all the time properly, which sucks. And that is a significant help towards getting to the YouTube Partner Program. By the by, YouTube is actually my primary platform. YouTube is actually my primary platform. Twitch is actually my secondary. So please consider, if you are going to lurk, please consider lurking on that side. It counts your lurks a little bit more effectively. It's mostly when the device is completely muted and cannot hear the stream, then Twitch doesn't count the lurkers. I see. Because I've been seeing a lot of issues with lurkers being counted as bots even when they've had the tabs open lately. and just not being active chatters. That's what I've heard was the latest case. Even with your device at 1% volume, it'll count if I recall? Okay. Huh. Interesting. Okay. That's just from what I know. Okay, I see. I may have gotten something wrong, but it's good to fact check. This is true. Fact checking is important. What on earth is it doing now? Oh, it was on solo mode. Okay. Now I really gotta go back to lurking so I can continue drawing. Okay. You do your thing. Okay. So that is those pieces meshed out. Woohoo! Yay! Okay. I'm just gonna do okay, in here. Paste. Paste. Motion mirroring. Undo, 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 undo. Okay, that is physics. On the hair back, one group. But what I actually want to be working on is on the sides, so next. If I can get the physics and gravity settings on these done early, then what's going to happen is I can paste those across and then they're automatically going to be done, which will be nice. For the opposite side. If I can get that done early in the process, it feels like progress. With you. Next, and that is a hydrate, so everyone, buy your nearest safe for consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Okay. Okay. But am I doing the dumb? Have I got a head face rotation on? Yes, I do. Okay, that's a good start. So now I just want to chest here quickly. Okay. Roxai, hello, hello! Waves have been lurking. I wanted to ask a question. Why don't you use auto mesh? Do you prefer doing it yourself? Just curious to know the difference. There is a very good reason why I have not been using the auto mesh, and that's got to do with the deformation that happens when you do the auto mesh. So with that system, what happens is that it basically places all of the dots mathematically based on distance from one another, and a lot of the time where there are color changes, the dots end up being in very awkward places. So when the thing deforms with any sort of vigor, you end up with these weird jaggedy lines in places, which does not look good. So I've been meshing manually so that we could have all of the boundaries between different colors neatly protected, so that when it actually deforms, that we don't end up with weird jaggedy lines in place. Ooh, I gotcha. Thank you for answering. I was very curious. I did notice the jagged lines when I used Automesh. Thanks again. No stress. No stress. Yeah, it's a very useful thing to do parts that don't deform much and have very little internal detail that is important. So I will use Automesh when I'm doing like streamer backgrounds or whatever, where I've got trees that I need to, you know, move the foliage around for, because it's not deforming much and it's not high detail. In those cases, yes, I use the auto mesh, but And I've also been using the auto mesh on the physics for your character here hair pieces that needed like the most subtle of movements, because at that point I could get away with it. But for the most part, for anything with detail or where maintaining the shape is important, then I like having a manually input mesh. Can't see what I'm busy doing at the moment, but I will make things visible again soon. Just checking something real quick. If it makes sense, I'll have to learn it myself soon. Yeah, it's worthwhile. It's worthwhile. Okay. So what I've determined with this is that I need to make changes to things. So Moonshiro, hello, hello, welcome in, welcome in. How goes? All of that I'm going to clear because it is wrong. Same with this. Low energy today. You know what? That's fair. That's fair. I was there yesterday. It happens with all of us. Just find a way to sit where my legs are not cold, but is also not devoid of blood in anyway below the knees. Okay. There we go. Whew, but I hope that you can get a chance to recharge. It's very necessary for all of us every now and again. Okay. Nearly got this one sorted. Okay, so now I wonder. Yeah, we have to go through these one at a time. Okay, fine. Motion mirroring, last one. Okay, so now oh goodness no, have to be on its own. Unstacked. Okay, I just want to check here. How does that behave itself? Um, hmm. I think I know how I want to fix this. But Nina's going and undoing everything again. Okay. So what I want to do, I want to grab from here. Rotate. Yeah. Let me do the same thing from here. Instead of doing waves, you try rotations. Okay. Copy, paste because I messed up. Copy, paste. Now the problem up until this point that I'm fighting with is that that doesn't rather count. Or maintain actual volume. A bit better. Yeah. Okay, then next one. Okay. Next. Undo, undo, undo. Stop somewhere here. And that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage. Let's take a sip. Okay, now motion mirroring. Like that. Motion mirroring. Like that. Motion mirroring like that. Motion mirroring like that. Motion mirroring there. Otherwise, it's turning out so well. Thank you, thank you. We shall see in a moment. We shall see in a moment. I actually want to switch on that view rather. You might have just seen a flicker. Because now, let's test here if that's going to behave differently. It is behaving differently from how it did previously. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove yes, yes, yes. Duplicate, 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 duplicate. Okay. Increase output, yes. I want to see how exactly it's moving. So it's doing the thing more or less how I want it to look. It's just doing it too fast. Let's try. Like that. Let's see. That's not too bad. Considering that we've only got one piece presently moving, I think that is actually looking pretty good. And we've not got it attached to gravity yet. But okay, now we know what we're going to do in terms of how the X physics works for the hair. We're not going to do wavies, we're going to do rotations. And that looks so much better. Okay. Then let's do the next section. Here is X. There we go. Further out to the side it is, the more drastic I sort of want it to be. Now I just want to see. Is that going to behave itself? Yes, but I kind of think it's maybe a little bit much. I'm gonna go Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V, modeling, parameter, motion mirroring, okay. Oh, what's that now? Yeah, that overcooked it. Control-Shift-C, Control-Shift-V. Model, parameter, motion mirroring, okay. That works. Number 2. Come over here. Grab that. Stick. Okay, motion mirroring. Yeah. Number next. Rotate. 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 Oi. There we go. Parameter, motion mirroring. Okay. So now, if I know we're not quite done with this one yet, but I just want to see how its behavior so far is going. So far, it does look slightly out of sync, which is what we want. Beautiful, thank you! Thank you, we're getting there, we're getting there. I want to have this side part of the backhead physics done early on in the process, just because then I know I don't have to think about it later. Such good rigging, thank you! We've hardly gotten started. We have hardly gotten started. Yes, there's offset there. That's what we want. Okay. Number next. This bunch. Okay, parameter, motion mirroring, okay. And the last one is going to be no, undo. A tip I heard for drawing beards. Write the word hi. I completely forgot. And I'm drawing a gift for someone that has a beard. Is it a full beard? Or is it like a stubble beard? Stubble? Okay, if you're doing stubble, what style are you working in? What style are you working in? Like a realism style or more of an anime style? Oh yes. I'm happy with that. A mix, more towards anime, but I also like detailing. Okay, if you're doing stubble, then you can actually get away with pretty much just doing a line markation, a little line thingy in the place of where the hair growth would be. So let me just open up Clip Studio real quick. Let me just open up Clip Studio real quick. Because you don't want to overdo it with stubble, because in that case what's going to happen is it kind of actually draws too much attention, if I can phrase it that way, and it doesn't then look like it wants to know whether it wants to be a full beard or whether it wants to be stubble. Come on, open up, please and thank you. I should probably hit the save button while that's happening. I should hit the save button. Well, let's just get that open up. Almost there. Hey yo, what you doing now? Aww. There we go. There we go, there we go, there we go. So like, let me just tap the driver. I was not gonna open up Clip Studio today. So if this is our person, more or less front view, more or less nose location, mouth location, blah. This is really, really rough. Okay. Then the major thing to keep in mind, if we remember that men too have lips, it's also kind of an important little detail to be mindful of. The main thing is that your beard area is always going to be contained to approximately this sort of a zone and shape, with a little bit of a variation. If you've got a proper reference for exactly the individual in question, then that helps in terms of that particular person's hair growth pattern, because there is some variability. But for the most part, it's going to be shaped something like that, following the contour of the cheekbone up into the sideburns. And there's usually a little bit of a thin patch on either side underneath the corners of the mouth, usually. Another thing that is pretty normal, but less obvious when arting is in question, is that the beard might actually progress down the neck a little bit. Most people do actually trim there for the sake of neatness, but you do get one or two people who don't, so sometimes it does creep down. Sail Toaster! Hello, hello! Welcome in. It's Verd, it's Blaine, it's the Sentinel! Hey, Harrier! Hello, Toaster! Good to see you! Good to see you. How goes? River taking notes? Awesome. Okay, so then with that information in terms of the area where your beard might be placed, the next thing you need to consider is the actual pattern of hair growth. So when it comes to moustaches, what will usually happen, is I'm just going to do one side so that you can see, is that you'll have a little bit of a down, and then it'll start going progressively more sideways. Now, some people will tend to trim a little bit of a hollow over here before the cheek area again. It also, once again, depends on the individual and their hair growth. But the general direction of growth is going to more or less follow the contour of the face, more or less. You'll often find that if you're going to have some hair growth on the neck as well, just like with the head, there's usually going to be a little bit of an origin point as well. And in those cases, what will happen is you'll have a little bit of a sweeping direction from that origin point, which, as far as when you're shaving goes, apparently it is a nightmare for razor burn. So that is something that men fight with all the time. So if you've got someone who's got a little bit of visible beard on the neck, that sweep adds a little bit of extra realism if you know where the origin point is. It also varies from person to person. So if you see the underside of the chin as well, indicating a little bit of that origin point direction can also make things a bit interesting. But if that is in fact not the case, that you're dealing with all of that, depending on the thickness and general shape of your stubble beard, you might be able to get away with long lines, depending on how you're going. Or if you want to do something a little bit more detail oriented, depending on your style, you can keep them shorter and a little bit more sporadic. But you just want to basically keep in mind the grain of where you're working, and depending on the person, how he's trimmed it, you're going to want to sort of match this sort of feeling that he's gone with. So that has been Harrier's beard drawing workshop, aka improv. And I hope that it has been marginally helpful. It goes good. I passed on an exam today, nice! And I did more practice on guitar, nice! Victory! Victory! Nice. Well done. Well done, Toaster. There. Quick and nasty sketch, but I hope it gives you an idea of how you can potentially handle the problem. It has, thank you so much. Awesome! Yay. I am glad. I am glad. Let me minimize that. Victory! We love it when victory is achieved on the little things. And the not so little things like exams. Well done. Stick still. Okay, for that one, that looks good. Next. Okay, that's that one. I wanted to make the flow of this physics more drastic the further out it goes, because it insinuates the stuff that is further to the sides being more lightweight. Okay, that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages, and let's take a sip. Hold up. This can afford to be there. And it's just a little bit closer. Or to have a little bit of less hollow sound. Take 2 on this one. Thought I was doing the dumb, and I was right. I was in fact doing the dumb. Okay. Then we grab the entire thing. Motion mirroring. Okay, next is you guys. Okay. Motion mirroring again. There we go. Almost at the end of this piece. motion mirroring. There we go. Ooh, that does not look good. Okay, note to self on this one. And I see I'm going to need to make corrections on that as well, because that also looks gross. And I don't like that. There we go, there we go. Okay, so now let's check how those behave. Okay, this one is now a little bit too drastic, I think. Just a little bit. Like, it can get dialed down. Is it? Is it a little bit too drastic, or is that just... Yeah, I think it's a smidge. It's a little bit too drastic. Like, yeah, it's just a little. Just a little, okay. So let's take it down. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. No. Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. And that one is good. Okay, so let's test it again. How's that? That's better. That's better. Still loose, but definitely better. I can roll with that. I can roll with that. That I can work with. Now, this lot. Same deal. Except I did the dumb. Or did I do the dumb? I did the pseudo dumb. I did the pseudo dumb. Because there is no way to rotate the canvas. There is no way to rotate the canvas. So, when it comes to vertex selection, we gotta do it manually. The Iron Temple Falls, my name, see you around. Good luck at the gym. Have fun. And thank you for dropping by. Okay, it's going well. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I don't like that. So we're going to come back over here. Next. Nope. Up until there. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to do one that way and then one that way so that I don't have to reselect. The selections are a pain in this one. Save, thank you. Let's do just that. And hydrate, thank you, thank you. We're actually pretty much due for another. Yeah, we're also due for another auto hydrate soon. But everyone, courtesy of River, let us all acquire our nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. My water is almost gone. Okay. Need to be careful with that. Let's just check quickly. Okay. Next landmark is over here. Okay. We are almost there with this one. Okay. Next landmark. Yuck, that's looking gross right now. I don't like that. I'll redo that side because ew. Come back here. Now let's figure out how to not have that look gross. Because at the moment it looks gross. And I don't like it. Okay, we are there on that one. Okay, second from last section. Okay, and then this last section is going to behave completely differently from everything else because it's got to do with so and that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages. And let's take a sip. Okay. Okay. Now we make all of those visible again. And check. Okay. So that is working. I feel like it's still a little bit fast, maybe? Maybe? In terms of how it's reacting? I'm gonna undo. Keep the same reaction time. That was actually working pretty well. I'm not gonna mess with something that was working. Okay. And then lastly is you. Okay. Now you are gonna be an interesting one. But first I need to go create a is y. And go shrink it down. Completely got to shrink it down before I started rigging that one. Ugh. Okay. Now, why physics? I should probably do that. $45. Okay. Okay. Now let's think. Is this gonna actually work? Hold up. Physics settings. Group editing. Rename. Call this hair X. Okay. And duplicate. Call this one hair Y. Okay. Okay. Yes. Now the inputs here need to be angle Y, angle Y. Okay. Almost there. Last one. Okay. So now that bounces a little bit. Crazy. Especially at the top there. I need a random number. What between which parameters? Is it a 1 to 10, or is it a 1 to 100? Or is it a 1 to 40? Or whatever. How many digits is my maximum? A double digit? Okay. 37. Hopefully it's not a bad result, whatever it is that you needed that number for. 37 push-ups it is. Ayo, good luck. Salutes for toaster. Salutes for toaster, guys. Thank you, River. Knocked out? Wow, that was fast. That was fast. I do have to be in good shape for my job. Yeah. No kidding. Okay. Note to self, guys, never pick a fight with Toaster. I will lose. Well, knowing which fights to not pick is a skill in of its own, I suppose. Okay, a number between 1 and 5. Let's go with 5. Let's go with 5. You seem to be sprightly enough for whatever is going to be affected by that. Whatever it is, you're regretting it, hey? I'm sorry. Five kilometers for a ride? Oh. Yeah. Well. Yeah, you're gonna be there for a while, I'm sorry. You're gonna be rowing for a while. You know what? I'm not happy with how that's going to behave, actually. I think I'll have to think this out again. We'll see how it behaves when I put it in for page number next. Okay, let's see, how does this behave? Between those. I do not like how that top section is wobbling. I do not like that at all. Bottom section looks fine. Top section, I dislike severely. It does not look good. Okay, so how am I going to fix this? This way. I have an idea, I think. I hope it works. I'm gonna grab that. No. Okay, then this side. Okay. This is a little bit better so far. Okay. Now, on this, what's gonna happen? Apply a slight rotation, extend down a smidge. Okay, let's try that. I don't need that. Don't need that. Okay. Almost there. So here what we're going to do is we're going to grab this, and that is a hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverage, and let's take a sip. After which I am going to see if I can quickly acquire myself a top up on something warm to drink. As well as a top up on my water, because I've just polished my bottle. Okay. Okay. That is behaving a bit better already. Still a little bit aggressive though. Make that vertical movement more subtle in terms of its input. Let's see. Split the difference a little bit. Okay, that's not looking bad, I don't think. I dare say I think we're there with that piece for the vertical movement. I think we're there with the piece, with the vertical movement on that piece. Okay. So combining them. A little bit wild, but it's working. Okay. Next. I started doing physics when I was supposed to be meshing things. Ugh. I'm gonna hate myself later if I don't continue the job. No. Ooh, I see an issue. I see an issue. I see an issue. 5 and 2. I need to write this down. I'm going to need to come back to my art layers for this. Scratch those out because they're done. Chi, key, back, 5 and 2, add outline, and re-import. Okay, I'm done drawing. Yay! Well done, well done, well done. Are you satisfied with what you managed to achieve? Yes, fantastic! Then victory has been acquired. Okay. So aside from this one piece over here, that still needs to be put into a physics group. And the remaining 3 side pieces still needing Y physics. We are pretty much getting there. It looks like it's interacting pretty well so far. It's looking pretty decent. I'm happy with that so far. Considering that there's still much that is not yet moving. So I will come back to hair physics at a later stage, but now I need to stop procrastinating on other things, such as actually need to do those 2 things in the art layers as well. That layer needs to go away because I'm going to redo it. Those 2 go together in a new water corner. Face X Y. No. First layer wants to be jaw open. Eight 30. Five kilometers and under 25 minutes on the max resistance. Well done! Oh man! Props! Nicely done! Nicely done. I know of people who run it in that amount of time. That distance. So to row it at max resistance like that, well done. Well done. That rower machine was very angry with me. Oh dear. But you finished, and that is a victory. Props. Also, I know it was a lot because steam is coming off of me. I can't believe that. I really hope you have enough hydration and electrolytes close at hand after that madness. Please hydrate, yes. Speaking of, I'm very, very quickly going to go on a BRB because I want to quickly make myself something warm because I have got my nails busy turning blue at the moment because I'm freezing. Yay, air conditioning to keep the computer alive, right? So I will be back momentarily. I do have hydration. Good, good, good. I'm going to just quickly go make myself something warm and then top up my water as well because my hydrates are done. I am out of liquid at the moment, so I'm gonna just quickly go top up and grab all of that, and then we will continue with meshing and rigging. I'm probably gonna start on head turns because I'm impatient. Yay, impatience and complete. You know how I said I was gonna be systematic today? Yeah, I am not going to be systematic today. Not a chance. So I will be back momentarily. See you guys in just a tick. Can we trade? I don't please. I would love to be warm. I would honestly love being warm. I hate sleeves, and I'm currently ensconced in the thing with the biggest sleeves. Can we internal temperatures? Oh yes, I would love that. I would honestly love that. It's only that if I was in a environment where I am physically comfortable, then my machine is busy overheating and therefore crying and falling over and breaking. So and that is with an internal cooling system in the machine. So if the aircon isn't at server temperature, where I turn blue while I am sitting still, then yeah, things go bad. But yeah, so yeah, aircon is currently at server room 22 degrees Celsius, and I am turning blue. I will not survive in Europe. I'll specifically not survive in the UK. Probably. So fun. Okay, I'm gonna quickly go make myself something nice and toasty. Hydrate, everyone, and I shall be back momentarily. Alright, we are back. We're back. Right. I have acquired warm caffeination because it is literally the only hot drink in the house at the moment. I need to acquire more tea. Also, this is like only my second cup of coffee for today, so it is going to be toasty and delicious, and oh my word, this mug holds comfortably. Ooh, this mug holds very comfortably. Yay. Ah, comfy mug. Feeling heat in the fingers feels nice. To be warm again. Yeah, I am enjoying that warmth at the moment. So, you guys know what I'm drinking. What are you guys having for your hydrates? I don't think we answered that question when I asked earlier. Ooh, copy. Now we resume. The moment has been had. Peace has been restored. Thermal equilibrium is on its way in the correct direction. I was going to rig this one to the mouth open. Okay, and now we go face XY. Create. Like that. And like that. Okay. Hide the eyes, hide the nose. And here what we want to do . Sort of get the facial contour here, because we're going to use this for expression parts later as well. Moved on to reverse calf coils, slowly going down with the weight instead of only lifting it for resistance training. Yeah, doing the reverse action is really, really good sometimes as well. Current weight is 75 pounds. What's 75 pounds? 75 pounds. Pounds to kilograms. 75. 34 kilograms. That's like a half of me. It's like a half of me. Okay. Casual. And that half of me is a very rough guesstimate. I can't remember the last time I stood on a scale. I think it was when I was getting a medical assessment for insurance. Yeah, that was the last time I stood on a scale. And my body shape hasn't changed since then. So, yeah. In small. Relatively. And that is another hydrate, so everyone. Acquire your nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. Yeah, I can confidently say that my IRL shape and my VTuber shape are close enough. Close enough. I did one! I can do one Harrier calf cup of 70 kilograms. Sure? Wait. Was my arithmetic stupid? That's definitely more than me. I'm somewhere around 50 something. I'm somewhere around 50 something last I checked. So, whoops, I definitely lied to you because my arithmetic sucks. My arithmetic sucks. Apparently. This is why you don't trust me with numbers. But well done. Well done. That's impressive. Yeah, I'm around 50 something kilograms. What's that? 50 something. I've really got no idea. I don't even own a scale. I'm I'm gonna assume somewhere around 55. My scale, my proportions have not changed much. My musculature has not changed much since then. So let's assume approximately 55. That's probably on the heavier side of the assumptions. So that's like 120 pounds. So I was aiming to calf curl one of you, but instead did more than one Harrier. Yes, you did. Apparently I'm approximately 120 pounds-ish. I have no idea. I'm assuming in the region of between 50 and 55 kilograms. So between 110 and 120 pounds. I have no idea. Somewhere there. I'm very, very fortunate. I'm someone whose body weight does not fluctuate much. Like, I have, to date, in my entire existence, not needed to adjust eating and lifestyle because all of a sudden my clothing wasn't fitting. Like that I'm very, very fortunate about. Because, oh my word. Life gets expensive when you have body shape fluctuations. My heart goes out to everyone who does struggle with that being the norm. Okay, that works. Now, for the corners, what we're going to do is we're going to go and Control-Shift-C. Extended interpolation, ellipse, and 3. There we go. Onion skin off. Okay, now let's check this real quick. How is that behaving? That is not too bad. Almost. It is in fact almost right. It is in fact almost right. So let's come back here. Select that section. Like so. When does the sale for your tablet end? I have no idea. Just quickly checking. October the 10th. Shucks, it ends October the 10th. Shucks, it ends October the 10th. Because if we can get it on special, then the remainder of the funds for the Donathon goes straight into an iPhone that will be really helpful for finishing the Teo rig. Because Teo uses iPhone tracking. And also iPhone tracking is useful for 3D things. Like really useful for 3D things, which are on the goals for relatively soon. How close are we to the number we need for the tablet? While it's on special, we are like there, just with a little bit of additional buffer for paying for import duties. Like I think if we can hit the next milestone, we'll be able to afford the tablet and the import duties while it's on this current special. Oh, this is so tight. £30, guys. We need £30 before the 10th if we're going to catch this special. Ah! This is insane. Why did I suddenly get deja vu? Oh man. I have no idea, but anyway. The workout is concluded. Well done, Toaster. With the hydration I've consumed. Something that I cannot decode. Something that my speech-to-text brain cannot decode. Speech-to-text to text-to-speech brain cannot compute. Yeah. So close, so close, so close. What is this? What is this? Let me buff in. We might actually be there. We might actually be there. What's import duties? That's definitely not going to be less than 200 bucks. I have no idea where to find what the import duties are going to be. Import duty calculator. Okay. Import duty lookup. Open a new tab. Oi, okay. So many pages. Okay, so the first 50 pages is animals and plants. First 60 pages is animals and plants. Milling industry, 70, 71, oil seeds, no. Gums, resins, no. Blah, blah, blah. How much more do you need for the special you were referring to earlier? I'm literally just looking for buffer for the import duties at the moment because I am not 100% sure what the import duties are going to be. I'm kind of skimming through a tax document at the moment, trying to figure out what that ought to be. I don't expect it to be. I think if we can get that last £30 in, it will be enough to cover the import duties because at the moment it looks like with the 20% off on the thing, we have definitely raised enough to safely get the tablet. It's just I'm not 100% sure what the buffer is going to be on the import fees. So I'm just quickly hunting to see what the electronics rate is in this tax document, because I have no idea what its code will be. It's just taking forever to get past the foodstuffs in this tax document. Mineral products. No, that's not it. Mineral fuels, no. Toaster, thank you so much for the donation. Thank you! Thank you! Thank you! Thank you. So much. Thank you. I think with that we'll be able to do the thing. We'll be able to do the thing. It should be enough, right? I am certain. I am certain. I think we're gonna be there. I think we're gonna be there. Yeah, let me see. Let me see. Zany! Zany? What? Thank you. What? Guys. Guys. I am shook. Guys. What? Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my word, I really, today was payday, what can I say? Guys, I am beyond words. I am beyond words. I think we're there. I think we're there. Let me just triply check this text document. I think we're just about there. Good grief, how many things are going to be between us and electronics? Oh no, first it's medicines, after fossil fuels and mineral products. Good grief, still on medicines. Come on, we are... Come on, guys. We are nearly 300 pages into this document. How are we not nearly anywhere near electronics? Okay, this is... construction materials. Rubble articles. As I always say, support your local artist. Thank you, guys! I am seriously shook. I think we're there. I think we're there. Articles of leather, saddlery and harness. Wooden articles of wood. No. That's not it. That's not it. Cork and articles of cork. That's not it. Wood pulp. No. We're not in the business of making paper. Printed books, newspapers. That's not it. Textiles. That's not it. Silk. That's not it. Cotton. That's not it. Vegetable textile fibers. No. Man-made staple fibers. We're 370 pages into this text document. I've still not found electronics. Is this gonna be... Let's try... Oh my word. 420. And we're still on textiles. 430 and we're finally getting clothing items. Headgear and parts thereof. Umbrellas. Ceramic products. Tax tables are scary. Unfortunately, my local artist is downstairs and grumpy. Oh no! If jewelry at page 475, good grief. Primary materials in granular or powder form, that's definitely not it. I would not want to get my tablet in granular form. Steel. Copper and articles thereof, no. Nickel and articles thereof, no. Leads and articles thereof, no. Other base metals, no. Tools, implements, cutlery, spoons, forks, okay. That's dumb implements. Machinery and mechanical appliances. Finally, at 552 pages into this tax document. Good grief. Sound recorders and... Okay. Okay. So that is going to be a long bit of scrolling. This is going to be a while. I think. We've almost found this section. I think we're almost there. Worst case scenario, 25%. What's 25% of that? Worst case scenario, 25% of that. And what's that in? Okay, we've got it. We've got it. We can do the thing. We can do the thing. I am pressing the button, guys. I'm ordering the thing. We're pressing the button. We can afford it. We can afford it now. We can afford it. Well, it's not special. I'm pressing the button. Let me just make sure we've got that in. The arm goes in because I do need the arm. The 2-meter cable goes in because I need that. For sure, I need the 2-meter cable. Yes, we are pulling the lever. We are pulling the lever, guys. We are pulling the lever. And well, that's a hydrate, so everyone. I think this deserves a cheers. I think this deserves a cheers. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe consumption beverage, and let's have a sip. Cheers, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm pulling the lever. Let me just put my stuff in here. Okay. Besides, when you said £30, I audibly said, wait, that's it. Yeah, we were that close to having enough buffer for me to feel confident. We were that close. Okay, and let me just hit the button. Confirm. And we're there. Order placed. Yeah, I was waiting for the rest of the taxes and fees increase the price too. Yeah, no, we've got enough buffer now to cover the imports. What was that squeak? That was a little excited squeak. That was a little excited squeak. That was a little excited squeak. So, it says 3 to 5 business days on the shipping. So today's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We might be able to do an unboxing. We might be able to do an unboxing soon. The normally reserved Harrier is now giggling. I like this. I am very happy and I'm very excited and I'm so immensely grateful. I cannot articulate immensely exactly how immensely grateful I am. Yes, I am giddy. I am so giddy. I can plutz. I don't have another word for it. I am so immensely grateful, guys. I am. The words are not wording. Thank you so much. Like, I am just that immensely grateful. I should probably make a statement about this real quick. Maybe just. Donothon update! Ja! The remaining girls still. I'm shook and I'm just trying to put all of the things in words because posted. I need to update the spreadsheet because we had okay, wow. Okay. Now I can process things and we can start getting admin out the way for the things that need to happen next. Let me just open this up. Okay, spreadsheet updated, hit the save button. Yes, I'm keeping a spreadsheet to keep track of who donated what so that I can reward you guys accordingly. If I'm not mistaken, Zany, you now qualify for another voice clip. Asterisk another. I think no. Get script on Zany. And that puts us into our... We have reached the karaoke, which is also then going to have to happen soon and very soon. And we've reached the Audacity Batsu. Okay, so next week is going to be busy! Next week is going to be busy in a whole bunch of fun ways. Okay. Next week is going to be really busy in a whole bunch of fun ways. Sure. Next week is going to be busy. I'd forgotten all about the voice clip thing. May I avoid that? You can if you really don't want one, but if you would like anything read, you can get it. You can get it. Whatever. But if you don't want it, then I can't force you to take it. You can just fail. You can just not send me a script forever, and it'll just sit there in my knowledge base that you just never asked for a script. But yeah, if you don't want it, I will not force you. Or you can pass it on to someone who would want it. I don't know. I'd like to avoid it then. Okay. Okie doke. And I know the threshold says $50, but because it was such a huge contribution, Toaster gets added to the scroll of thanks. Thank you! Yeah. Because your timing was amazing. Alright, so we're going to have a busy week next week. Depending on if this thing arrives, it might only arrive like Monday, Tuesday. If we're unlucky. If we're super lucky, it'll arrive on Friday or Saturday. If we're super, super lucky, it'll arrive Friday or Saturday. Otherwise, Monday or Tuesday, one of the two. And then we're going to have an unboxing. So I am going to tentatively schedule tablet unboxing for Thursday. I am tentatively going to schedule the tablet unboxing for Thursday. And then we will do other cool stuff before then. We'll figure it out when the adrenaline goes down and I can think straight. Oh my gosh, I am so excited. I cannot. The words are not doing the thing. I'm so excited and so grateful, guys. I am shook. I am so shook. How does this behave? Silhouette-wise. Almost. I am shook. I am stunned. And I am infinitely grateful. And just how does one deal with that? Sure. I am just wow. Exceedingly grateful. I cannot state this enough. Oh my word. How does one deal? Okay. So it looks like the base shape of the head turn is working. Alright, then this side, close it like that. Okay. The adrenaline is just hitting me between the eyes right now, and I'm still so shook. Thank you. Oh! Okay. Cold copy dispatched. Last one. Cheeky, hello, hello, welcome in. How's it going? It is going splendidly. We've made very good progress on your rig so far tonight. And we got the tablet! Courtesy some very, very, very generous donations, we have managed to get the tablet on special before the special ends on the 10th. So we are immensely grateful. We're immensely grateful. We're celebrating a little bit. And I am still shook beyond words. I am still shook beyond words with gratitude right this very moment. So, yes, we're in a good space today. We're in a good space today. And yes, happiness abounds. So we've started to get some hair physics in place. There's still some pieces that need vertical bounce, but I got a little bit distracted and decided, hang on, I should probably finish, you know, what I actually said I was going to do, which was mesh out parts, which I've still not done because I instead started doing jaw movement and head turns instead. Which are, for first pass, working pretty well so far. For first pass, they're working pretty well so far. Oh, it moves, yeah! It moves! And I'm pretty happy with how the hair physics on the back section is working so far as well. It's behaving itself, I think. Obviously, this is still first pass, so there is definitely room for refinement. But we'll see how things behave a little bit better when we have more parts actually visible and rigged in place. But so far, so good. No. Now, what I wanted to do was I actually wanted to do the nose next because that's a major landmark. It's a major landmark. Now, those are meshed, but they are not. They are meshed, but they are not deformed. So they need to get deformed. So, first things first, we go nose, low, XY. That can be 1, that can be like 5. That doesn't need to be more than like 15. Okay, something along those lines, yes. And then that goes on angle XY. So let's just hide the highlights for a moment. Show the nose template on the side. Rotate. You know what? I need more. I need more resolution on this thing. I need more resolution over here. It needs to be like double. Copy. Paste. And that is a hydrate, so everyone acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages and take a sip. Whoa. That looks a little bit better. That looks a little bit better. Okay. Mirror that way. Okay. And I'm probably going to need to do the same in terms of the resolution here. Okay, fine. There we go. Now let's put this one in like that. Okay. Rotate. clump that a little bit. Make this nice and narrow. Okay, parameter, motion mirroring, reflect, like so. Okay. This is going to be nose line up XY. There we go. Now when we bring this to center, what I want to do is I want to make this significantly narrower. Same over here, significantly narrower. Bring that down. Then grab both of those, angle Y. That looks reasonable-ish for now. But at this point, it needs to be much, much smaller. So let me undo Y for now. Okay. Now, these two come up to about here-ish. Undo. And down to about there-ish. I can now hide the template because I don't need that anymore, I don't think. Okay, now this is going to be nose line XY. Create. Now you're going to come over here. Get rotated. Placed. Add a bezier down the middle. Clear it. Make this tight. Rotate. Okay. Modeling parameter. Motion mirroring. Okay, to that side. We're still going to need to reposition everything to actually be in the right position on the face, because at the moment it's very much not. Nose, shade, XY, create. One down the middle. Okay, now. Something like that. No. I can afford to make that a little bit more. Like so. Resolution. Undo. We are making good progress. I just need to make sure that I've got enough going on here so that I don't cry later. Okay. So far, so good. How are we all holding up? Are we surviving? Are we being productive? Copy. Put horizontally. Paste. There we go, there we go, there we go. Okay, now let's see, how does that behave? A little bit better. I'm heading home from work. Does that count as being productive? You are underway and making way. That is productive in its own way. Okay, so that the horizontally should be there. Okay, now let's go to 3. And -3. I woke up from a nap. Congrats on reaching the tablet goal. Yo! Yes. Big excites, big gratefulness, and now the anticipation. Now the anticipation. I will let you guys know when it arrives. But yeah, it should be here before the end of next week. So I am tentatively going to schedule an unboxing for Thursday. I am tentatively going to schedule an unboxing for Thursday. But yes, the goal is going... The Donothon is going to continue until we reach the original goal amount, because then I'll also be able to afford an iPhone to be able to continue the tracking, or to do proper tracking for Teo. And future VTuber rigs. Because I have been kind of skirting around that for like 4 years. I've been VTubing for a while, and I've never taken the plunge on that. Good luck, how exciting. It is super exciting. It is super exciting. And it is something that I cannot articulate how grateful I am for having you guys help me to this extent. If I was trying to save up for it off of commissions alone, I would not make it. I would not make it. I've legitimately only been making enough of commissions to pay my part of the home loan and insurance and life insurance. That is all I've been able to afford off of what I'm earning off of commissions at the moment. So the assistance is immensely appreciated. I cannot actually articulate it properly. I am so grateful to you guys. I am shook. Like, I squeed earlier, but now I'm kind of a little bit of stunned silence. I probably shouldn't be. I probably really shouldn't be. I do not know what to say aside from showering you guys with all of the thank yous. And keeping on doing the making thing. Because that's what you are enabling me to do, is keeping on doing the making thing. So yes, I am a very happy burb. You deserve to just chill and keep creating. Thank you. Nah, but I do also respect the fact that you guys are not here to just watch dead silence happening. I do need to be mindful of the fact that on top of being an illustrator and general creative generalist, I am also working as an entertainer at the moment. So I do need to be mindful to not just go into a zone and completely forget to do the, you know, the yappy yap. So yeah, I am beyond words. I like co-working, not a bad thing at all, though if it's the direction you want to go for, I'm all for it. Yes. Like, I want to do more entertaining sort of stuff as well. At the moment, I do not have, like, a plethora of stories or what have you to tell. But I do want to, you know, still make this an interesting space. Not just chill, but also interesting. Sounds good to me. Yay! That's the goal. Okay, let's check. The corners are still not going to be right. Yeah, the corners are still not right, and we've not got verticals on the shadows. So at the moment it's lying to us significantly. So those two need to come up. To there. And those two need to come down to there. like that. Extended interpolation, ellipse, 3. Ellipse, 3. Ellipse, 3. Ellipse, 3. How does that behave? Okay. Now these two, not like this, rotate, place, like that, and down there. Okay, now here, motion mirroring this way. Okay. Now let's test. Okay. Center of face landmark is mostly functional. We've got to do refinements with what's happening with the top nose line because it is needing help, especially at these middle points. But we are getting there. Hey! Fantastic, fantastic, fantastic. Great stuff. Thankfully, the jaw movement was something that was easy to put in place. Like immediate. Thankfully. So that behaves straight off the bat, even without the mouth in place. What I do need to put in though, which I realize I have not got yet, is hydrate. So everyone, acquire your nearest safe for consumption beverages. I'll take a sip. Yay! I still need to put in a deformer for the mouth X movement for the jaw. So where is that? Jaw open. Okay, mouse X, create. Okay, okay, so now if we check here again, this is gonna need double check. Not the same parameter name. What's the parameter name online? Because if it's not the same name, then it's not going to behave the same way. Mouse. It is mouse X. But it's a values issue. It's a values issue. So edit parameter, cancel, copy, clear, edit parameter, -1 to 1 again, because apparently it didn't like that. Paste. Motion mirroring. Okay, here we go. And now we test over here again. It is working. It is working. Yay! That will do. That will do. Coolio. So obviously the cheek markings still need to get significantly refined, but that will happen after the eyes are in place. Now, let's see. The brows still need all of the meshing. So, come over here. Okay, over there, like so. Now, we are very, very nearly done with finishing this eyebrow. Okay. Let's think. Yeah, that works. This needs to be meshed still. Here we go. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Okay. Now on this side, follow this line. There we go. Nope. Okay, that's what's had a thing there. Okay. And normal like that. And then wide is going to be like that. Okay. There we go. Next. That works. This one stays as is. Okay, this needs to be meshed still. There we go. And that. Okay. Almost got this in place. There we go. Next. Something like that. Pull that up, pull that in. There we go. That way? No. That way. There we go. Undo. Okay. Nearly there. With making a circle. If I could request into the ether for one thing for Live 2D in the future, it's to have an auto mesh preset for a circle. That would be nice. Okay. Now, are all of those spokes in fact going towards the middle? It looks like it. Great, that's a good start. And I think as far as circulishness goes, that is about as close as damn it is to swearing. So, let's copy that. Put that in there. There. Scale that up. Paste. Scale that down. Grab the outer ring again. Okay. I want the resolution. Okay. Same here. Paste. Okay. So those go into pupil dilate. 2 and 2. 10 and 10. Create. Do. All that tight. And then we're going to go another one. Pupil dilate eye wide. Create. And then pupil XY. Create. There we go. And under expressions, we're going to go add pupil dilate, pupil dilate, and that's going to be 0 to 1. Okay, put that in there. And we're going to go to a cat eye. Hide. No. Pupil cat eye macro. Create. There we go. Then I open. Okay, that is not gonna work. That is not gonna work. So that is a hydrate. So everyone acquire your nearest safer consumption beverages and let's take a sip. Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. I just spotted the time. It's 1 AM UTC already. When did that happen? When did 1 AM UTC happen? According to my clock 1 minute ago. I didn't even notice it coming. Why? Because I was engrossed in the rig. This is the danger of rigging at this time of day. It is so easy to just not stop. Okay. But progress has been made. Progress has definitely been made. Now if we go eyeball X, like that, and then if we go grab those and put those into iris XY, create. Put that on eyeball X and on eyeball Y. Eyeball X, let's go. You're gonna go that way. I'm temporarily gonna put that there like that. Get a little bit of that parallax going on. There we go. Same thing up here. Temporarily. Do that so that that goes off center. There we go. And now I want to put that down further. There we go. Now, same thing here. Undo. Okay. Like that. Link those and go synthesize corners. Okay. Ellipse 3. What on this? Oh, you know what? I never did that over here as well. So, synthesize corners, extended interpolation, ellipse 3. Okay, there we go. Physics settings. Now, why is the eye open stuck so closed? Adjust. No. Select. Adjust. 0.5. 0.9. 1. Okay. Edit parameter. 9. 1. Okay. Check. Now that should be behaving itself a little bit more appropriately, except for the fact that the eye is not actually following the head yet, but that is completely normal at this stage because I have not put it on yet. But aside from the fact that my inputs are inverted, because I never know which way is supposed to be model left and model right on this thing, so which way gets read as X and Y is going to be different. It is going pretty well. Like the pupil dilation on the eye wide looks good. I'm actually really happy with that. It looks very feline. So that'll work. Eye shine still needs to happen. Let's mesh out the lashes, and then I'm calling it a night, because if I keep going, I'm going to be here till 4 in the morning. Again. Why? Because I have it is very easy for me to rig until daylight strikes. It is very easy for that to happen. Why do I say so? Because it has happened enough times before. Okay. Okay. Confirm. Okay, also put that in place. And eye wide, it's gonna just down a little bit, hardly noticeable. Just want to see. Okay, that should do the trick there. Inner lash. This one is going to be pretty straightforward. Okay, then that's gonna go like that. And like... Oh. Okay. Nearly have the lashes sorted. If we can get this done, I'll be happy. Oh, they just gave me a fright. I think it was a cat pushing up my door. This is one of the reasons why I will not play horror games in the foreseeable future, because I get jump scared for nothing. Legitimately nothing. Yes, it was indeed a cat opening my door. Reverse C just entered. Reverse cat just came in. Okay, now over here, just make it a bit bigger. Okay, getting there, almost done for tonight. Okay, let's test it. It looks like there's a little bit of a wobble over there that I don't like. A bit of a significant wobble over here that I don't like. Okay. And the lash inner and this layer are not lining up, so it's easier to change the shape of this layer. Check. Okay, I'm happy with that behavior. I am happy with that eye behavior for now. I think. Obviously, it's still got refinement that needs to happen. But I think we're there for the eye, just about. I think we're just about there with the eye. Okay. For basics, we're getting there. We're getting places. It's still looking very cursed, but slowly but certainly, we're ticking little jobs off of the box. It's still looking very, 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 very cursed, but it's an awful lot further down the line than it was when we started this 6.5 hours ago. So, I'm happy. I'm happy. We've gotten places. I'm happy we've gotten places. We've troubleshooted a lot with the hair. We've gotten the physics on that mostly working. We've got head turns in process. We've got the eye mostly functional now, except for the brow section. That's I still got to do. Got to still match or remap the cheek movement. I have to redraw the face boundary shadow because I didn't like how it was looking stylistically previously, so that needs to happen. But yeah, for what we have set out to do today, I didn't do most of what I actually set out to do, but I did a lot of other stuff instead. We did mesh, but we also rigged. And yeah, I'm happy. But alright then, progress has been made. Save buttons have been struck. More physics and gravity and so on and so forth will have to happen at a later stage, because since the last hydrate where I noticed that it was 1 AM UTC, another half an hour has passed, therefore it is time for another hydrate. So folks, one last one for the road, right? Let's all grab our nearest safer consumption beverage and take a sip. And once again, huge thank yous for the progress on the Donothon goal. The 2 musical milestones have been met, so I will be preparing for those in the coming week. By preparing for those, it means like just making sure that Audacity is updated. I don't know if the visual updates have hit yet or if they're still coming. Because if they have not hit yet, but will in the few days between now and when we do the Batsu, then it means that I'm going to have to relearn Audacity as part of the process, because I have not... I am used to old Audacity. I am used to old Audacity. And it is gonna be a weird kind of fun. It's gonna break my brain a little bit because I know nothing about writing music. So the music writing Batsu is gonna be interesting. I am not only writing music, I am doing it exclusively in Audacity, and I'm doing it exclusively with a microphone that I am speaking with. So if I can't make the sound and record it in this microphone, it's not going in the song. It may be usable, it may sound terrible. But we're gonna try it. We're gonna try it. And see what happens, right? Creative chaos comes in all forms after all. Wahahaha. So yeah, that's gonna be the thing. That's gonna be the vibe. That being said, I do not 100% know when the karaoke is gonna be. I don't think it's gonna be our usual stream time, because otherwise our neighbors are going to remove our kneecaps with a gear puller. Because there is not soundproofing between me and the outside world, so the neighbors can probably hear us if I speak too loud. Hence, it will probably be at a very significantly different hour of the day. Probably on a given Saturday or Wednesday between the hours of 7 and 1 UTC. So 0700 or 1300 hours UTC. It'll be somewhere in that time gap. So it's very much not the usual time slot, but it's when people in my time slice are awake and out of the house, and I can be louder without getting the police knocking on the door to complain about noise. Great job today. See you next time. Thank you, Joxai. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. We achieved a lot. We achieved a lot. And I once again, guys, I'm so immensely grateful. There are not enough words in the English lexicon. I feel like everything is a euphemism for just Thank you for this number that you guys. It is. I don't have the words. I don't have the words, but I am immensely grateful. And I want to make sure that I will honor that investment that you have made in me with all of the cool things I can possibly make. Right? So, thank you. A lot. And with that, rest well when you get to it. I shall resume the rig tomorrow, and I will let you guys know when I get the email when I expect to get the tablet. Because the processing email is going to be a thing, and then I'm also probably going to get an email when the thing has landed and I need to pay for the customs clearance, because that's a thing. It's a two payment thing. One to the vendor and one to customs. Yay, importing things, huh? Yay, importing things. So yeah, looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. I can't wait to show you guys the box. I am so excited. I'm so excited. It hasn't even been shipped yet, and I'm super excited to show you guys the box. Oh, looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Rest well. I'm going to have a hard time falling asleep now because the adrenaline is still surging. But I need to switch off, because otherwise I'm going to be here until the sun is up again. So, have fun. I will keep you guys updated on the shipping movements. And, am I forgetting anything? Yes, tomorrow is Wednesday. Yes? Tomorrow is Wednesday? Yes. Which means it is the combat styles tier list tomorrow. So if you've not yet joined, this is kind of the last call. This is the last call. If you don't have your entries in within the next 12 hours, I am probably not going to be able to include them. So like up until like let's say, let's give you guys up until like an hour before stream. So up until 1800 hours UTC. Up until then, you can still get your entries in. So share it with your friends if you haven't yet. We want to get as many people involved as possible, because it's going to be fun looking at all of those designs, admiring them, and assessing them, and seeing how it is that you fight. I am looking forward to it so much. And I am really, once again, super grateful. Thank you, and good night.